Okay, ahoy, and welcome to another edition of Grandpa in Space. Still making a few adjustments here because stuff only stops working properly when I hit that start the stream button. Okay. Um, I am continuing a series of streams that I'm calling mining AM&M style. AM&M is asteroid mining and modification. That's me. And I have embraced um, the lore of space engineers, limited though it may be. And my character, Star Driver, um, began his career as a space miner in Earth orbit and eventually um, started his own venture um, out to the belt, as it were. Did pretty good. Gained a crew, built a fleet, kept moving outwards, and went from just mining to mining, um, uh, prospecting, mining, and colony support and development. Extraterrestrial colony support and development. And so over the course of time, I've developed a number of vessels and specialized equipment. These things allow me to do mining and okay, lights are back now. It allows me to do mining and building on a large scale. Um, in a practical sense, as far as gameplay goes, I figure um, if I were to have a server or run a server and invite people to come and play, um, probably the most common complaint about playing space engineers is that you have to mine. There are two complaints. One is you have to mine. The other is that the planets are so far apart that it takes a long time to get from one to the other. Space travel and mining are the essence of space engineer and the thing players despise the most. It's such a paradox. However, um, in order to allay their fears and get them to concentrate on the fun parts of the game, um, I have created this corporation with all of this equipment um, to assist players in getting started and getting going, and to where they don't have to fret over the mining part so much at first. Because after a while, then they do want to mine. They see miners as kind of being kind of a fun thing to build, and mining kind of a fun thing to do, and so eventually they'll get into it. But most people tend to concentrate on shipbuilding, and which means the kind of mining that you're going to do. You build ships, you build a fleet of ships. It's a military fleet. It may be a government military fleet or a private military fleet, but its only purpose is to go shoot people and destroy stuff, or to defend stuff. But your only purpose for mining then is to get materials to make bullets. And helium or not helium, but hydrogen, so that the ships can go and go fast, and oxygen, so that the people flying the fighters can breathe, that sort of thing. But mining isn't the thing. It's a thing that you have to do, because unless you play creative, a lot of that stuff doesn't magically appear. And so I get it. I can be the guy that does the mining. But in order for me to do that in a survival situation, I need to make sure that all of my stuff works. Because I can't claim to be able to help you if my stuff doesn't work. And that is why there is such a thing as a creative mode. You have a creative mode in order to build the stuff you want to build without worrying about resources, and see if it works. If it works, then you blueprint it and you go into survival. Then you do it the hard way. But at least you know that when you're done building it, it'll work. That the worst thing in the world is to build it in survival. Because I've seen a lot of stuff in survival that's really more of a compromise than a build, because they were building something, it wasn't working out like they thought, so but they didn't want to give up on the project, so they just kind of worked around a lot of things, and because it's just too resource and time intensive to start over. So you start on something and you really need it, then you pretty much have to go through with it. And you might end up with something that definitely doesn't look like you wanted it to, and most likely doesn't act like you want it to, but if it barely gets the job done, then you're stuck with it, unless you want to start over, and you don't, and I don't blame you. But now you take this rover that I built years ago, and I've seen a lot of rovers come and go, and there are a lot of rovers out there that work just fine, although everyone that I've seen, the people running them, they run into situations where it doesn't work very well, but uh, you know, it does work. And I'll just say that any rover that can move is a good rover. Okay, I'm not saying that people are out there making rovers wrong or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is um, when they're building them in survival, they may not be getting the rover that they want. And if they're getting them off frankly, off the workshop, they may not be getting the rover that they want. Um, um, and if you're satisfied with a rover that you can use, you know, that's that's how Space Engineers works. But um, if you're out to make a rover that's going to work for you and do the things that you envision doing, um, even as much as I like this rover and I think it's perfect and blah 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 and this and that, it might not work for you. And in fact, I have several variations of this thing because in certain situations this didn't work. It needed a tweak here or there. Most notably, I have a variant that has in this open area here. Um, there are wheels on the inside here as well. Um, and by that I mean wheel suspensions and not um, wheels on rotors. Um, I found a way to tuck an extra set of wheels on the inside here, and because there are parts of the terrain on all the planets that it is very difficult to traverse, and you know you ask any operating engineer, they'll tell you the more footprint you have on your vehicle, the more likely you're going to get where you're going. Um, and this rover platform, this style, the way this thing looks, it came after about a year of trying to make a rover that worked, and that was way back when the when the game began, back in well, for me, in the spring of 2015. Um, well, I mean, there was no need to make a rover, I think, until 2016. I think that's when we got planets. When we got planets, when there was an actual moon and Earth that had gravity, real gravity, gravity so real that your artificial gravity would not work. That's when it became necessary to actually design your rover. You could build one. There were wheels in the game before planets. Why, I'm not sure, but there were wheels, and if you wanted your wheels to work, you needed to put artificial mass on your vehicle. That's where that came from. Um, that was really the artificial gravity wasn't so bad when they put it in the game. That it was a necessity. It was something that had to happen. I understand that, but the artificial mass is what made it a bad thing. Um, so anyway, what I'm doing right now is, because there have been so many updates and DLC and um, you know modders are starting to get back into the picture in force, and the mods that they're making are more coordinated with the developer, and It's a good time for space engineers now. Um, uh, if you're thinking about the game or getting into the game, or if you were playing it long ago and you're kind of, I don't know about this, and you put it on the shelf, take it off the shelf, dust it off, um, because a lot of the stuff that was really annoying about this game has been addressed. Okay, some of it has not because it can't be, but um, they are working on a new engine. Wow, that was, what the hell was that? What? Holy cow, what is going on here? Was I talking too much? Was that it? Huh? Was I running my mouth and it was like, hey, let's get on with the show here? Okay, you're not going to have a show? Well, then I'll just make a show. What the hell? Imagine if this had happened in survival. Whatever it was that happened. Okay, all the pistons blew up, except for those two. Well, none. Well, those only blew up because all the. That is so weird. Here we're on. Her torque was less than a meganewton. You know, it is a good idea when you're dealing with rotors and hinges, um, and pistons as well. Um, you have this. Uh, you have this thing called braking torque. I'm going to try this again. There's lag in the drawing. That's why. Um, oh, I surrounded tight hinges, and I meant to surround this. I'm going to try this. I know there's an arrow in here somewhere. Braking torque. Um, it only comes uh, into play when you turn your hinge, your rotor, your piston off. Um, This is the real rotor lock before we got rotor lock. Um, this is what this is what, in my opinion, makes rotor lock redundant because essentially, if your braking torque is high enough, when you turn the hinge or rotor off, it's not going to move. And that's what you want with rotor lock. You want your stuff to. It's mostly so that you can create an angle in your build and make it permanent. Um, which if you're making a cool build, that's necessary sometimes. I get it, but really, this is really the way you can do that. But we've got rotor lock, so people use that, and that's cool. But the point is, when uh, rotors, pistons, and hinges reach their limit, um, torque is still being applied to them. Force is still being applied to them, and they have reached their limit. Um, and if you leave them on, they're going to keep trying to keep moving, and eventually stuff like this is going to happen. Um, so the best thing to do is once they've reached their limit, turn them off. And if you don't want them to move once they're off, you set a braking torque that's high enough so that they won't. Or if you're using um, uh, uh, scripts or automation or something like that, um, you program it so that um, when the things have reached the limit that you want them to reach and you turn them off, and then if you want to turn on rotor lock or hinge lock, then do that with the timer block or your um, uh, the other one, the event thing. Either way, the important thing is to turn on the brakes or the lock and turn off uh, the hinge or the rotor or the piston. Um, and that does a number of things. Um, Most notably, um, it uh, reduces or eliminates phantom force because those hinges, rotors, and pistons still trying to move with a lot of force behind them is what's making your entire ship move. That's the phantom force. It's not really a phantom force, it's a real force. Um, so, having said that, rather than try and fix this thing, I am going to um, try and find now, and I'm going to turn off these lines and things. I didn't do that before. Um, Now that I've explained that mostly to myself, I'm going to have to go and find a backup um, if I haven't erased them all now, where everything was fine, and then turn this stuff off like I should have. So if you will excuse me. Okay. Yeah, okay. So now they're all off. Let's see if they explode. Is there any other reason they would have exploded? Okay. Um, Enough of me running my mouth. Um, there'll be plenty of that in the minutes to come here. Uh, Meanwhile, um, I need to go ahead and here it is. Kind of wrap up this stuff, and I'm going to need to get to the rest of the fleet. Um, Over the weekend, I was watching another streamer. Um, and they were doing some shipbuilding and they were using some mods. Um, One of the mods that I use in order to make sure that these are going to work properly, um, in vanilla, uh, these all these would do would be to just sit there and glow. They would not provide any thrust because they are on a separate grid. However, there's a script out there that you can load into a programmable block that it will actually go out and find all the thrust that you have on a separate grid, and uh, it will find that thrust and make it work. So because of that script, I am able to do this. Um, there's another script out there called realistic thrust that as it is in vanilla Space Engineers, you can just slap thrust anywhere, you know, and you don't have to worry about symmetry or stuff like that, and it'll work. It makes the game easier to play. However, some of us kind of like the idea of having to deal with um, thrust realistically, and I've had that script for a long. It's an old script that's been out for a while, and it works, and we all know it. And I've been reluctant to use it, um, because um, I didn't know if it would work with the vector script. The vector script is the one that allows um, thrust on subgrids to work. Anyway, I was watching this guy, and he didn't know either, so he said, "Let's find out." And he had been using the realistic thrust script, but he had never used uh, the vector OS script. Um, so he loaded them both up, and built ships, and they worked. So I have not loaded realistic thrust in this world, but uh, pardon me. Um, yeah, this is a workbench world. This this is where I try stuff out. So I'm going to have to load that, but not today. Today I just want to. Today I just want to. I just want to get this. Why I thought this was going to work, I don't know. And, clearly, I was being delusional. I mean, I should have known better. I spent a lot of the last time I was here. I spent a lot of time um, removing blocks because um, they were interfering um, with the operation of this lift. Why is that one still there? Now, see, why was I even thinking that would work? Because it went down, that's why. I thought I removed this one. Or is it up all the way? No, it's up all the way, that's why. Okay. That's where that's supposed to be, and these are where they're supposed to be. Okay. And so, Star Driver, what seems to be the problem? Well, the problem is when I envision this, it's going to sit on the ground. With these sticking out like this. Okay. Um, every now and then there comes a time um, when you suddenly realize what may have seemed like a good idea at the time just isn't. And this part right here is one of those things. Um, this has to be ground level right here, and that means all three of those pistons have to go. You know, life is a series of hard choices. Oh, there's a there's a person in my chat. I'm not sure I recognize them because even though I've been streaming for several days, um, this person was notably absent. Um, and therefore, I'm not sure if, you know, how you doing, JV? I will admit that I have been um, uh, streaming. Um, I did do some streaming during some non-traditional hours for me. It's been, I don't know if you're aware that this weekend, celestially speaking, was a bit of um, uh, there was I don't want to say a rare occurrence, but a there was a confluence of celestial events that doesn't happen often. Um, uh, you might have heard of it as the harvest moon. Um, uh, and what we've got with the harvest moon is, as you know, the moon's orbit uh, is not circular. And sometimes the moon is closer to the Earth than at others. That's one thing. The other thing is that the moon's orbit also rotates. You know, like you take a quarter and you spin it on a table, and as the spin slows down, you know, it's got that. Well, that's also what the moon's orbit is doing. And it, of course, was a full moon. So there was three things that were occurring simultaneously this weekend. One was that it was a full moon. Two was that it was at its closest approach, making it a supermoon. And three, um, it just so happens that the Earth's rotation and the rotation of the moon's orbit uh, caused it to spend over 20 hours up in the sky where we could see it, where it was visible to us. There are times when it's up more than 24 hours. This wasn't one of those days, but pretty close. So what we had was a full moon as close as it could get for about as long as it could be up. And um, before I moved to Alaska, I was one of those people that was kind of skeptic about the effect of a full moon on people. Um, you know, that's one of those things you hear about as a kid, you know, and you got the stories about werewolves and such, and you know, you take that with a grain of salt. However, since I moved up here to Alaska, um, see, the thing about it is up here there isn't a whole lot of light pollution. Um, Even here in Fairbanks, it's a small city, and you know, we don't have skyscrapers and things, and the light pollution is there, but it's nothing like um, any mid-sized city. And um, there isn't another city, if you want to call it that, near us for another 400 miles. So um, when the moon is full around here, it is like daylight. Um, in fact, on the shortest day of the year, um, if there's a full moon, um, uh, or I'll put it like this: if you live up north where uh, the sun disappears completely for several months, if it's not cloudy, you don't notice because the moon is so bright. Um, and uh, that's not something that I experienced until I moved to Alaska, and I realized, holy smokes, that full moon is really bright. And they called this one we had this weekend a harvest moon because uh, uh, if you're a farmer and you're out harvesting, you'll probably as you've got more than enough light to see by, and you can just keep going and get that whole crop in. You know, that's I can see why it makes them happy to be able to do that. These are upside down. Damn it! But since they're already attached, I can just put the right ones on top of them. Okay. Anyway, I just said that because you asked kind of how are things and such. I mean, I'm sure you want to know that the upshot of that is that people around here um, have been reinforcing. Uh, damn, I'm going to have to. Damn it. The term lunatic comes to mind. Um, Whenever there's a full moon around here, I mean, whenever there's one, uh, things happen, and there isn't much of an explanation for it. But I'll tell you what, uh, and because it's not a one-day event, the moon gets full, then it is full, and then it goes away from being full, and there's it, uh, this entire period of time that we have had this harvest moon. Um, I have been spending a lot of time trying to get people to um, I don't know what the word, how I should put it, calm down, be sensible, not do weird, stupid stuff that they seem intent on doing, even when you explain to them how weird, impractical, or unlikely that thing is that they're about to do is. They just seem compelled. I'm not sure how many disasters I averted this weekend, but I can't go into detail, unfortunately, because I'm talking about other people here and their lives. But um, I'm telling you, this stuff does not happen um, to this. I mean, it's not that it never happens. It just doesn't. It just seems like there's a convergence of it when we get full moons around here. When I first got here 40 years ago, I was in the Army, and so I got here a couple of years in the Army, and then I got out of the Army and became a civilian, and I got a job as a cab driver. And because I was starting out, I had to work the night shift. And that is when I learned about how much how the moon really has an effect on people around here, um, uh, and the fact that it's not so bad during the summer because in the summer whatever it is that the moon is doing that's affecting people is totally blotted out by the sun. So it's just not. I mean, you can kind of see some stuff going on and make a correlation, um, but you can almost always find more compelling reasons for explaining something that goes on. But in the winter, people just do weird stuff, and you're not you will never in your life get an explanation. Why did you do that? I don't know. You gonna do it again? Uh, And you, JV, are you well? Are things well with you? Or were you like me and wishing that Elon Musk was done with his rocket to Mars so you could hitch a ride and get the hell out of here? I thought I put a button up here. I guess I didn't. Oh, if I did it, it'd be down here somewhere. Yes, yes, there it is. Let's see, they should still be in the group, so. I didn't make a way out of here. Well, I guess I could just. Wait a minute. Wait. Just a minute. Um, okay. Okay, these four should have gone the other way. Okay, they're on. So why didn't they reverse? So is there something wrong with that button? It used to work before. Well, it's always good to be busy. And the actual answer to your question about what I'm up to um, is that I am now that we have so many good vanilla parts and great mods and so forth and so on. Um, I felt it was time to update uh, this ship, um, and this ship uh, has gone through a lot of transformation since it was first put together back in 2015, I think, because originally it wasn't a ship; it was part of a ship. It was the engineering section of another ship, and one day I got it in my head that if I disconnected the engineering section from the ship with these large engines, could I land it on a planet? Because the ship that it was on was built before planets. And once I found out that not only could I land it on a planet, but I could fly it around once I was down there, um, uh, it became, it turned into something else. It's still the primary drive for my expedition ship, but it's dual function now. And so um, I've been reimagining this part of the ship to perform this new function. And you know, I built this rover without ever knowing that one day I would want to try to fit it inside here. And it just turns out that it does fit. And by fit, I mean I can put it in here and still leave this leave this area open. And and that's a critical part of the design that I need to be able to um, have this opening here. For reasons that aren't obvious now, um, but this is the ship. Um, uh, well, you probably remember this clip. Let's see. Um, um, okay. Need to slow down just a little bit more. A lot more. A whole lot more. I mean, like a lot more. Yes, you did. This is going to be bad. Okay. Well, I forgot how heavy that one was. Yeah, that was this ship that I crashed into my mothership. We all learned a very important lesson that day. So I had a whole bunch of ideas that I've gone through, um, and the last of which was when when that warfare update came out and we got these new hangar doors. Um, that is when I looked at this build and I said, "Wow, you know what? I could put hangar doors on here," with no idea why I would put hangar doors on here. It's just that I said I could put them on here. I could put them on all four sides and open up that whole side. Um, and the thing about it that is that the uh, vanilla hanger doors, uh, the door itself takes up a block, and then the hanger, the part that extends, it only extends 2 blocks, and that's been kind of a bone of contention because um, um, with a 2 block extension on the door, that means your door would either be 2 blocks um, wide or tall or whatever if you're just going to use one door. If you're going to use opposing doors, then it's going to be 4 blocks. Um, and, in this game, uh, you want your openings to be an odd number, like 3 or 5 or 7, not 2, 4, and 6. It just causes problems. Um, there's a mod out there that comes with a 2.5 block um, door, and then that same mod has doors that come in like uh, I think all of the longer ones are like odd, like 3 and 5 and 7 blocks for the door. But these are vanilla doors, and anything that I have that's built large grid like this will not fit in there at all. That's I have to live with that. So this won't fit in there at all. This is large grid, so it won't fit in there at all. This rover, however, is small grid, and it just fit. So I plan to have one here, and then I'm going to park another one over here, and I'm going to work on a little uh, uh, small grid flivver, you know, um, something like this one's little baby, where I can use these big new fans that they've come out with, but use the small grid version. Um, so there'll be at least one of those parked in here somewhere, and that still leaves me with a hanger that I can use that I haven't figured out a use for. But I'm not done. So uh, okay. Um, so let me see now that that's like it's supposed to be. See if I can get it to fold back up again. Okay, yeah, now they're all working in the right direction. Oh, no, 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 no. Yes, autopilot. Autopilot is essential for the operation of this ship. And that's because with these big, massive subgrids, I mean, well, I'll put it like this: when these things are attached, actually merged to the ship, that's there's merge blocks here, and when they're tucked in, they're attached to the ship, and it's all one grid, so everything's fine. But during the landing phase now, um, it's going to be necessary to um, deploy these ships, and uh, the handling will get more difficult. I have not actually tried flying it in this configuration, but um, I do know that right now I'm having some problems with my other ship, the one I was working on earlier, Yukon. You know, it has those um, atmospheric uh, engines that are supposed to come out like this, and they don't always work correctly. And piloting is also an issue. So, but I say all that. Um, any ship that I have that has a lot of subgrids that make it difficult to fly manually, when I put that same ship on autopilot, it does exactly what it's supposed to do. It goes straight to where it's supposed to go, um, at speed, and uh, doesn't do any weird maneuvering. And um, now I suddenly realize why I had all those other pistons on there. uh, See, I didn't pay attention to what was going on, and now all this stuff that I rebuilt, I have to rebuild again. Except I don't. I can just slap some pistons back on here. Because these are attached to the head. What the? Oh, and JV, um, there's another thing. Uh, the other day, yeah, a little over a week ago, I got raided, um, and 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 when I got raided, several people, including the raider, immediately followed. Which, I was like really grateful for that and everything. Um, but they never said a word in chat. And I was like, okay, yeah. I mean, like, they seemed like really happy to be here, but they didn't say anything. And then after a while, they left, and I was like, well, okay, I'm used to that. But then I got a whisper from the person that did the raid, and he or she, but I'm pretty sure he said that when they went into chat, they said it was followers only, and that they needed, um, and even after following, they needed 3 months to be able to participate in chat. Um, and and I went into my chat settings, and sure enough, it was set to followers only for some reason. And then after being a follower, you had to be a follower for 3 months before you were allowed to say something in my chat. I don't think so. That's not how I intended it to be set up. Um, and you obviously have your 3 months covered. So, which explains why you're able to just chat freely with me like this, and it's because you're privileged. However, um, I did go in there, I never set it up that way. I think Twitch did an update and they automatically made it that way. At, you got thousands of followers, and um, uh, if you've got thousands of followers and hundreds of people in your chat, I can see where you would set those restrictions. I don't have that problem. Um, and I don't want to say that I'll never put restrictions on my chat, but it's not likely. Um, I mean, if it gets weird or anything, I got shield mode and stuff like that. But honestly, I don't. I don't. Um, it's not my intention to exclude people from my chat. And I'm saying this to you, thinking that maybe you might have seen the notice, but you wouldn't have seen it because you've been here forever. Let's see, can I still do this? Where would that put me? Okay. Well, of course that wouldn't work. Okay, so there's only one button left, right? Yeah, that's the one. I'm using a controller, um, an Xbox style controller. Um, I, it's not Microsoft, but it's an Xbox style controller. So it has the D-pad. You've got your left thumbstick, and then next to that is your D-pad. It has 4 buttons, and those are the buttons that I use to do the rotating with. Because in vanilla you use uh, page up and page down. What is it? I forget. Those keys. And on my laptop, those keys aren't in the same place that they would be on a regular keyboard. So even if I wasn't using a controller, I still can't use those page up and page down, delete and insert keys because um, This is a laptop, and they rearranged those keys. Um, but by using the D-pad, um, you lose a little bit of flexibility and mostly in that when you rotate stuff, you can only rotate it in one direction and not the other. Now, why did that come in weird? Never mind. Never mind. Star Driver. Just make sure they're in the group. One, two, three, four. Yeah, six of them. Okay. One, two, three, four, five. Oh, there it is. Six. Don't be getting stuck. I spent a whole lot of time making sure that you wouldn't get stuck. So, what the hell? Oh, are you kidding me? See, you can't. Oh, I can't imagine doing this in survival. Oh, yeah, I would have rage quit this game a long time ago if survival was the only way. I just, yeah, I would probably. So why didn't this? See, it's just you just can't. Okay, yeah, just to make sure. Are we clear here? Are we clear? Yes, JV. One of the many benefits of being a longtime follower is that you apparently get to sidestep all the crap that Twitch does. No, that's I want this. Or oh, what do you think of my new Titan thrusters? By the way, now with animation, those flaps at the bottom move too when the ship is under thrust. It's a real faithful reproduction of the original. Um, they broke it up into three separate pieces, which means they can be colored separately, which is great for me. And these separate parts aren't just parts. This, for instance, is a it's a O2H2 generator, which of course you would be using for making hydrogen. It's now part of the engine, and this is a storage tank. So it's all self-contained. All you need to do is feed it some ice, and you're good to go. Um, these ports didn't exist on the original mod, um, and these on the top were upgrade ports. Um, I guess they still could be, but there's no upgrade that I'm aware of for thrusters that anybody's interested in using anyway. But um, with the before, I had put the these generators, I tried putting them on top up here and making them part of the thrust itself. But that meant that I had to run a conveyor uh, all the way up and over the top because the only ports for these things, there's one port on the top. Well, you can't see it there, but there's one port on the top and then there's one on the bottom. And that's it. You can't access it from the sides. So that meant for a lot of weird stuff as far as how these pistons and hinges were going to work. Um, but now, I mean, it's just wham bam, thank you, ma'am, it's done. Uh, yeah, I got to hook this part up here, but one of these is complete. Yeah, this one. No. This one. No. There's only one left. This one. Yeah. This is complete. Um, except for this part. But yeah, your ice would come in here, go through here, and then come into here, and end up in here. And then as long as I got ice, I got thrust. And I'm guessing that it's not actually storing gas in here, it's storing ice, and it's being converted directly. The ice is being converted directly into gas here to be used. The flame that comes out is still blue. The modder talked about changing, people talked to the modder about changing it to yellow. And he considered it, but he likes the blue. Then I guess he saw some video of actual ion thrust, and I guess it is blue, and the ion and hydrogen thrust is yellow, and so it's under consideration. I'm thinking there might be an option. Personally, I'm just going to stick with the blue. I don't think it's that big a deal. Okay, so how much ice does it store? That's a good question. I wonder. Let me see if I can find out what its capacity is. Probably, yeah. Not going to get that answer from build it. Do they show up? Surely it shows up in the on the inventory screen. And I didn't mean to call you Shirley. Drill. Okay. EDP Titan fuel generator. Apparently has 40,000 liter capacity. That's each one. Oh, that's in the generator has a 40,000 liter capacity, and the tank itself has a 10 million liter. No, no, wait, no, wait, no, wait. I'm sorry. Decimal point. Okay. 10,000 liter, 40,000 liters for the generator, and 10,000 liters for the tank. So that's 50,000 liters. for each engine. I don't know how long that's going to last. Um, but let's see, I don't have any. I don't have any uh, uh, storage capacity at all at the moment on this ship, except for what everything has its own storage, but I don't have any extra storage on here. So, um, and again, this thing is more like a land. This isn't a ship; it's a lander. Um, when this thing comes down to the planet, the place where it's going to land has already been determined because this ship here went down there first. This ship went down to the planet and marked the spot where this ship is going to land. So it's not going to be flying around looking for a place to land and using up a lot of fuel for that purpose. It's going to go straight to the landing site, and when it leaves, it's going to go straight to space. So I don't know that it's going to need a whole lot of storage capacity for fuel. That's correct. 40K in the generator and 10K in the hydrogen tank. JV has his calculator out. Um, I don't know what the burn rate is on these. Um, and the original was ran on electricity, so it was a matter of if I had enough batteries, I wouldn't. Um, that wouldn't matter. But what I needed before was enough power to be sure, and that's why I've got these gigawatt generators on here. Now these run on deuterium, which the mod derives from ice, just like the hydrogen. So um, I need to have ice around to make sure that the generators work. Um, and now I need that ice to make sure that the thrust works. Um, and I just have to figure out where I'm going to put the storage tanks. Um, and there's room. So far there's room. Um, there's going to need to be some refineries on here, a few, and an assembler or two. But now I want to fold these. I want to fold the thrust back up and see how much room I got to work with. Let's see, and I think the deal with these pistons is see, I never turned those hinges off, but it didn't explode. So I don't know what happened. think it's going to be okay. I'm sorry I obscured that with the menu, but I needed to be able to reverse that quickly. But it looks like everything's going to be okay. Except I need to be sure to turn it off. But you can see how they're kind of jumping around and vibrating. That's that's because these hinges are still trying to work, and if I don't turn them off, there will be a problem. And I turn these off too. Now, see, that would be part of the retract program. They would retract, everything would get turned off, and then these merge blocks would get turned on. No, these would get turned on, and then it would be one ship, but I could move it around with very little problem. Right now, they're not merging because the ship itself is a station, and if I merge them, then those blocks would become, or those grids would become stations, and when I unmerge it, they'll still be stations, and they won't move. So, yeah, that's something you have to be aware of when you're doing this merge thing. So it turns out then that if I were to put drills on here, they would not extend below the fins. And that's important because these fins are not landing gear, and I wouldn't want to be setting all of this down on those fins. And I couldn't do that anyway because these aren't real. I think, yeah, you can phase right through them. So they wouldn't hold up the ship anyway. Oh, and quickly, don't you just love that detail on there? I'm not sure that was there on the original mod. But like these pivot in and out when they're under thrust. These pivot in to make a tiny little hole, I guess, for the thrust to come out. These here also pivot. So there's a lot of animation in this when it's doing its thing. And it was just too appealing to pass up. And you know, all this does is spin, and this doesn't do anything. But still, they're three separate, and you can color them separately, and you can use them separately. I mean, you could use this all by itself, or this, or these. I mean, it's a really nice mod. But what you don't see is the Titan logo. See, there was a Titan logo up here, and then there was one down here, and it's gone because it's not the original. But it was indeed done with permission from Darth Biomech. So anyway, now we're seeing, now I'm seeing what I've got to deal with here in terms of space. because I'm thinking, okay, so I'm going to need drills down here so that I can get a hole started, but I'm also going to need drills here. And so I'm going to have to put drills on here, and then I'm going to have to take this thing to a planet to see if the drills are able to um, get the job done. You know, are they going to drill a hole that's going to leave artifacts that I'm not going to be able to get around, that sort of thing. Um, so while while JV is trying to figure out how I'm going to do that for me, so I don't have to, um, I'm going to take a break. But I'll be right back. Okay. So that means if I can preserve that bond. Yes. Okay. Just a second while I'm out here. Okay. I thought things were running pretty smooth. Performance, there's really nothing to complain about today. Might have to be a little creative about this. Oh boy. Hmm. I know there's a tip that goes in there. Half slope graded catwalk. what's wrong. What? I don't think this is. Okay. There's got to be an issue over there, but I'll just have to fix it afterwards. The closer I get to being done, the harder it is to move around. Let's try this again. Why are these saying no when the other one said yes? Because you are not. You're part of this. You're part of it. You're all part of this, but you are not. And you won't let You won't let this happen. Sorry. Swear to God. What are you attached to? Something tells me that what the hell? What was that? Those are off. Those are off. What the hell was that? Well, it appears that the moon is still slightly full. Okay, well, um, so I can drill a big hole now. I think I can drill a big enough hole. What else do I need to do then? Hmm. Should be attached to those. Really? Uh-huh. What? Huh. Okay. Oh boy, that's going to be a real chore. I mean, this one's connected. None of the rest of these are at all. And they all have to be. I don't know how I'm going to do it. Okay. What was this for? Oh, huh. Okay. Okay, there's a way this might work. I need something here that's airtight. So it's got to be one of these. I'm pretty sure. Okay, just as if nothing happened, except that hinge is not in the group now. Okay, I do that, what, 7 more times. Not today, though. Now, where did that button go? Oh, yeah, that's right, there's one here. Off. Ooh, that reminds me. Power off. Power off. That wasn't even a 1. Oh, and meganewton, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. I need something to walk on over here. waited too late. Oh, come on, now what? See, it's not just a matter of reversing everything. stick got stuck. I'm being rated, and there are 5 people in there. And he can chat. Hello, Muffed Cube. I'm happy to hear from you for 2 reasons. One, because welcome to my channel. And two, the last time I streamed, there was a restriction imposed on first-time chatters that I didn't put there, Twitch did. And I'm happy to see that I have removed it. Yeah, don't forget to say hello to JV. He's my longest living follower. That didn't come out right. He's a long time follower there. All of my followers are still alive, as far as I know. Well, well, well. This is an auspicious day. I've got old Grumpy here with me today. One of my favorite people. This is. I guess I should have really expected Grump to show up when I really get into this mining stuff. Grumpy has been known to build a mining rig or two of his own with quite a bit of engineering tucked into it. Okay. Grumpy builds bricks, as do I, and we're not ashamed of it, because you can say what you want about bricks. Bricks are usually the best performing ships in Space Engineers. Am I right, Grump? Okay. See, Grump, you weren't here. You were not here when the explosion happened. JV was. There was an explosion here, a spectacular one. And if nobody else clipped it, I will, because it was one of those I didn't do anything explosions that just happened, but it blew this thing apart. I had to start. I had to find a backup to keep going. I don't know what caused it. It might have been that I left a bunch of hinges and stuff on. I don't know. But hey, Grump, and the rest of you out there, I don't know if you are familiar with the Darth Biomech Titan thruster, but this is a remake of that famous thruster, and it, as you can see, it is animated. This part down here is animated also, but it only moves when you actually apply thrust. But it's cool to watch, and so far this is turning out real good. And I don't know, I guess maybe because there's new people here, I can run through all the articulation stuff that now this is a mining rig. That's what this is, and it's for mining on planets, not in space. So it works like a lander. It'll come down vertically and land on the planet, and then proceed to mine. So during the landing process, at some point, um, yet to be determined, because now I got all these cool, and I don't only have timer blocks, I have event controllers, which have not been incorporated into this yet. But um, in atmosphere on the way down, this thing will have to do this. If you see it entering the atmosphere, you should probably get well out of the way. By the way, for those of you who don't know, the name of this particular ship is Kuluk. Kulluk. Kuluk. Kuluk is um, it is a Arctic Native American word, uh, Arctic and Native uh, Americans, which would be the Inupiat in Alaska, and in Canada they're the Inuit. I think really, if you drill down, they're pretty much all the same um, group, um, because a lot of their words are similar, and and uh, Kuluk is their word for thunder. So that's what this ship is called, Thunder, in Inupiat. So you can imagine this thing thundering its way down to the surface, and once it gets there, um, and pardon me if all this is moving slowly, but it just saves on having to rebuild stuff later. And they're a little bit out of sync, I see. And thanks to scripts, these will actually still perform even though they are subgrids. So they will fold out like that, and I'm going to turn them off because I know as much as Grumpy wants to see an explosion, well, Grump, um, that kind of thing happens. I am working on all of the ways that I can prevent that. So far, everything is, I mean, it hasn't all gone smoothly, but I've been working on this for over a week now. And I believe I've gotten most of the bugs out. But so it's going to look like that when it gets to the planet. And then, but these are too fragile to be landing gear, and they're also not real, so they wouldn't hold the ship up anyway. They're let's see if I can, uh, Yeah, see, they're not going to hold anything. So what I was doing here when you guys showed up was I was making some landing struts that the ship could actually sit on when it lands. Um, and then when it does, I can turn on these drills and it's easier to do it this way at this point. I'm not going to turn the drills on, but when the drills are on, um, they will make their way into the ground as follows. And it will also be a lot small or a lot slower than this. I think what I might do is adjust um, the settings on the pistons so that they just push hard enough to keep the drills against the ground, but they don't need to force their way down. And here, I think that's done it. So that's how far I'll be able to drill a hole from one place. And I have some options at this point. Um, if I have not come across a layer of ore by this point, um, I can set up something down here on this platform to um, create. I could set up another set of drills and what you call it, projector, and um, all that stuff to make. I make a drill head, and then as it goes down, I just create more conveyor tubes um, to keep them attached, and I could theoretically continue to drill down forever. Um, but more likely, I will have reached a layer of ore, and I can either, well, at the most extreme case, I can put more drills around the sides, um, and I could make something down here that will drill laterally as opposed to up and down. And I might even, well, at some point, I could probably get some kind of, if there's a big layer of ore down here and I want all of it, I could probably figure out a way to get some sort of mining vessel or mining vehicle down there to do that. And I could certainly do that from here. And and then all of that ore will get sent up to the top here. And I'm still working on figuring out how much storage capacity I want this thing to have. Ideally, um, there will be actual, what do you want to call it, cargo ships I have these cargo drones that would be able to land on top of this, gather oil, and then take off. And now with automatons, they can do that without a whole lot of scripting. Um, I can use this as a pad, although I have already created a separate pad for that purpose. Um, and this is my this is my crew transfer vessel, and its purpose is just to bring crew down to the planet and take crew back up to the planet. It's not for flying around on the planet. It has that capability, but it's kind of limited. Um, for flying around on the planet, I have a different vessel. Um, uh, and it's just attached here with landing gear, so it's not part of this. I just have it here because I was working on it. This is my space tug, and it only works in space, so it's not part of this either. I only have it here because I just wondered if I could fit it in this hangar, because this hangar is kind of a new thing, but it won't fit because it's large grid. Uh, this rover that I made a long time ago is small grid, and it fits. So there'll be one here and one over there, and I'm going to have some kind of small grid flying vessel, at least one that will probably go here, and maybe something else over here. I don't know. Um, well, as a matter of fact, I have a heavy duty small grid um, uh, mining uh, rover. It's based on this design, but it has more wheels, and it's got all the mining drills on it and everything. That might not fit in here though, because the drills. I don't know if I could fold them up better. I'll have to pull that thing out and look at it. But see, this is too big to go down that hole, so I'd have to figure out some way to get it down there. But and for that matter, getting it out of here, because when this is sitting on the ground, this is still way up here. I got to figure out how to get this out of here and down to the ground, because it's got some thrust on it, but it's these little bitty itty bitty little ion thrusters that have less than zero effect on it in gravity. So and so this thing is not meant to fly; it's meant to roll. So I'll have to figure out some way to get it off of here. But that is what this will look like when it's deployed on a planet, sitting on the ground. Um, and okay, I know Grumpy by name, and I know JV by name. I don't know the rest of you, um, but uh, if you have any questions at all, pipe up, you know, or lurk. You can lurk. Ask JV if it's okay to lurk. Grumpy too, for that matter. He's a good lurker. Um, and I don't mind lurking, but thing about me is I have I am approaching 12,000 hours in this game. So I have learned a thing or two. Um, no, Grumpy, they are not. Um, when the modder re-envisioned this, um, for whatever reason, he turned them into hydrogen thrusters. They still have a blue flame, but they run on hydrogen. In fact, uh, uh, this comes in three pieces now. This isn't all one piece. They're three separate pieces. This is the engine itself, and then here, as you can tell from this one over here where the colors are different, this part here from there up to here is a separate piece. This is actually a what do you call it? Oxygen hydrogen generator. It's an O2H2 generator, um, and uh, and this is a hydrogen tank. And you can use this separately. You can use this separately. You don't have to use these together. They just fit together. Um, so you can make a Titan engine with this piece missing, or that piece missing, or two of these pieces, or three of these pieces, you know, or two of these, three of these. And there's two different styles to this. I think I still got them on the hot bar. Uh, yes. If you're familiar with the original um, mod, uh, you'll know that this bottom part here had this shelf on it. Okay. It had this, let's get over here in the sun. It had that shelf on it. Um, and, you know, you had to use the mod that you were given, you know, and I didn't necessarily dislike it, um, but when the modder created it, he made two different versions, four versions if you want to count the fact that this one is animated and well, yeah, this one is animated and the other one is not. Um, But I just wanted to point out, yeah, this is the one that I'm using. That's why I can't rotate it because you can only stick it one way. So there's this one and that one. And the only difference is that shelf. And I thought it looked better without the shelf in this particular use. So that's the one I use. But yeah, these are, you got all these different parts here, and you can use them separately. It's a good mod. I like it. I like it. You know, I don't think that there's any mod that Darth Biomech made that I haven't used. You know, he was one of the first people to do mods for space engineers, and he was one of the ones that figured out right away what the vibe of space engineers was, um, and he did it so well that for those of you who don't know, um, oh come on, no more fighter cockpit. Is that how it works now? Yeah, that fighter cockpit was a Darth Biomech mod that became a vanilla Space Engineers part. What? There's no fighter cockpit anymore? I didn't know that. This is only small grid, is that it? Wow, I didn't know that. So, fellow engineers, if you want to use a fighter cockpit, you only get it in small grid. What do you know about that? What is this? Okay. Huh. Everybody that already knew that, raise your hand. Uh huh. That's what I thought. None of you. Wow. Wow. No large grid fighter cockpit. So, who here builds fighters? What do you use for a cockpit now? I don't build fighters. I am a merchant. I'm the guy that stirs up the pot so much that people need fighters. Um, yeah. Well, anyway, that fighter cockpit was a Darth Biomech mod. Um, this this old girl right here, um, back in the day, this was the only cockpit there was. I'm still not getting it right. Yeah, this was. That's not right. There. No. Yes. Wait. You know, I seldom use this. Okay, here we go. That's it. This old girl was the original cockpit, and for a long time, that's all there was. And then Darth Biomech came along and said, you know, I want to make a fighter, but making a fighter with this cockpit looks weird. So I'm going to make my own. And then everybody used it. Everybody. And then Keen said, you know what? I don't know what the deal was, but I don't know if they took it or what. But I do know that shortly after that, um, we weren't seeing Darth Biomech mods anymore. Um, but I don't think that was the actual reason. Um, yeah, there's another mod that he did that it's a good mod. Um, it was something we could all use. It wasn't something you needed. It was just something we could all use. And the thing about Darth Biomech's uh, mods were that how should I put this? Well, it wasn't a bad thing, but uh, um, I don't. Sometimes when you're making a mod, um, you may not be giving full consideration into how the block that you're making might be used. And um, there was this one particular mod that he did um, that still exists um, because I think just about every mod, no, not all of them, there's some that haven't. Well, we're getting there though. Just about every mod that he did um, uh, and then stopped doing got picked up by somebody and um, brought up to date one way or another. Usually it was something like the textures don't work, or the collisions don't work, or I can't paint it, or something like that. And then somebody would come along and just fix it, and it'd be fine. But this one here, I think um, this is a mod that he did during a time when modding for space engineers was particularly difficult because they were doing like an they were updating the game every week. A lot of us, I'm sure, yeah, Grumpy is Grumpy believes, as I do, that Darth Biomech is secretly still working for Keen. They got him locked up. Um, but they were doing an update a week, and there were some of us. We would go to the Keen website and on a Thursday morning and spam the F5 key, waiting to see what the next thing we were going to get was going to be. Um, we used to call Thursdays Patchmas because that's when the patches were going to come out, and we might get a new block. And the problem with that was if you were a modder and they changed the game every week, they would most likely change something that you were counting on to make your mod work. And, you know, nobody has a job making mods. There's no money in it at all. This is love right here. Is the reason you do something like this. And in this case, it's like, I want to see this in the game, and I want the game to survive. And there isn't a block like this, so I'm going to make one. And and he used a model, I'm guessing, that included the fact that these power cables here would droop down um, in there like that. And the assumption one would make is that that droop was caused by gravity. I mean, you hook some cables up, and they're big, thick cables. They're probably heavy, and if you're in gravity, they're going to sag. And in the workshop where this mod appears, someone had written a comment that something along the lines of, "You're stupid. In space, they wouldn't sag like that because there's no gravity." And I think that tipped him over the edge. you know, because he wasn't about to go in and change it. I wouldn't have either, you know. And he said, you know what, screw you guys. And the fact is that a big heavy cable like this, if it's carrying the amount of power that you would assume would be going through this cable, as you can see, it's connected. It's just place it. It's connected at this end, and it's connected at this end. And believe me, you're running power through there. It's going to get hot, and it's going to sag. And in space, well, as you can see, it is confined on three sides by this cage here. So if it's going to flex one way, and it's going to flex this way. So, you know, whoever that person was that went in there and said um, that he was wrong for doing it like this, well, you were wrong for saying that, because this is still what it would look like in space with no gravity, most likely. But between that and the general frustration that modders were having with the game, and there being no certainty that the game was going to continue, because back in those days there were still a lot of people out there saying that any minute now uh, Marek and his staff were just going to uh, take the money, divvy it up among themselves, and get spas in Rio. And the rest of us would just be stuck with an unfinished game. So, but I can tell you, I can tell you right now uh, that a lot of blocks that are in this game are Darth Biomech blocks. Um, where's this decorative pack? Um, this cab cockpit is I'm going to say that it is a Darth Biomech mod. um, Now it's small grid, so oh, I actually have it on tap up here. I know I don't know if you guys came here for a lesson in keynology here, but um, damn it, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do this, and then do this, and then do this, and then find this. Oh, it's not going to give it to me because I'm doing large grid. What was that? What did I just do? Did I just place a helm on here somewhere? Um, I don't get the small grid unless I use it. Wow, wait a minute. I got a small grid thing. There it is. This cockpit um, is very similar to a Darth Biomech mod. that I have, but it's not loaded because I don't use it. But it looks a lot like this. Now, it was large grid. I don't know if there was a small grid version of it. But there's that. And I'm trying to think now if I can find it in here. Okay, it's not a decorative block. Was it a warfare block? Maybe no. Warfare 1. No. Well, what I'm thinking about is the cockpit where you're sitting on it like a motorcycle, with the handlebars and you're all hunched over and everything. That's a Darth Biomech mod, I believe. If it's not, I will make a correction in another video. But just a real influential modder who understood the game. There are a lot of good modders out there that my only problem with them is that they wanted to make mods that tried to turn this into an entirely different game, which is fine. But you got your people like Digi, who created the conveyor hinge. And the moment I saw it, I said, this needs to be a vanilla. And when it is, it's going to change the game. And I was right. So there. No, I was right. Okay, I'm wasting time here. It's what I'm trying to figure out now is whether I should just go ahead and spawn in a planet and I have to think about that for a minute. And I need to take a break, so I just want to leave you with a good visual here, and I will be right back. Oops. Okay. What is that? Oh, okay. I remember now why that's there. Let's see. There are no planets here. Um, I have to. Or else, copy this world. But now I need to put a planet in here. That's just all there is to it. It's a workbench. Okay. Um, let's see, how do I do this? I thought there was a way that I could insert. Okay. I've done this before. If anybody out there knows how to insert a planet, speak up. Well, or else you'll be watching me trying to figure it out here. Um, Okay, well, obviously that's not it. Um, it's just a toolbar configuration. What else? Wait a minute, was it? Wait, what? Oh, I'm in spectator mode. Um, Spawn screen, that's it. Oh, not. Maybe I should do Pertum. No. Although, well, the thing about that is this planet it has a high gravity, but the gravity field is small. So it's like there's no gravity at all until you're right on it, and then it's like way too much gravity. Um, we'll just do Earth-like. Wait, what? Earth-like tutorial? Earth-like mod example? Mm. We can make it 19 kilometers up to 120 kilometers. See, now I'm not entirely sure exactly where I'm putting this. I know I can't be putting it right there. Um, okay. Why does it look weird? I guess maybe that's just me. Okay. So I'm going to have to go down there and pick a spot. One thing about doing these worlds is that uh, these NPC things start to proliferate, and I think they affect performance. And which way is up? Does my HUD compass still work, even though I'm a spectator? No. Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, why isn't my mouse working? There you are. Oh boy. Okay, I'll take it. So where's the planet? There it is. Okay. Not that one. Where's this? Uh-huh. Not that one. Where's the sun? Okay. This is something that I've never been clear about because this coordinate system seems to be upside down. Oh, I know. Wait. Yeah, that's right. I've got my mining platform has balls, nav balls, that is. Oops. That's right. And I turned this into a station, but before I did, I oriented it to the port side. Yeah. So, yeah, here we go. Yeah, there it is. Oh, I am upside down. I didn't pay attention to this before. Um, I think I'm upside down. Wait, why? So if I'm upside down, why are the numbers on top then? Because well, clearly that Y is upside down, which means I'm upside down. But Y should be the vertical axis. This also has a nav ball, I believe. It had one. It's going to get one. actually, um, in actual operations, that this ship is the one that goes down to the planet and establishes where that other ship is going to land. So this is good practice. Um, but what I'm curious about right now is which way is up. Um, um, uh, with respect to the galactic plane. Yeah, see, will you quit? Dampeners on? Yeah. Um, oh, that's why I'm so squirrely, because these things are flopping around. Okay. And the door's open. Um, let's see what the sun does. Yeah, I think that is north. see. I need to lock up those maybe I'll just lock them. Yeah, that's it for hinges, so I should be okay. Now I got real thrust. Which one is it? This one? Oh, I don't have that. I don't have that vector mod. Why are you still way out there? I don't think. I don't think we need to do that. Or this. The less confusion, the better. And that's cool. And I think that's all that needs to be marked. I think there is something I can do about that. I think this is probably too aggressive, but I'm not sure. Okay, I got to do some homework. But there's only one on here that's wonky, so that might change when we actually get into gravity. And I do have dampeners off. Anyway, we'll find out if that's working shortly. Would like to find something on the equator, I guess. don't want it to be too um, complicated on the first try here. It doesn't need to be easy. I don't know. I seem to be drawn to this spot here, so let's see. I still have an autopilot in here, right? Okay. Not entirely sure why that is happening. And what on earth happened to the planet? You watching, Grump? I have no idea what's going on here. Okay, now we're headed towards the planet. As if nothing happened. Um, and I can't see. What the? Wait a minute. Okay. I thought I made a waypoint here. Apparently I didn't. Well, time to do some alternative cat skinning here. Okay, okay, I think I know what's going on here. I guess it's cheating if you're in a cockpit. Nope. Where'd it go? Damn it. Oh man, I didn't turn the radio on. No, it was stopped. Now let's see what happens. Oh, that should smooth things out. And it looks like that errant rotor flipped around the right way. How did you get to 336 degrees if you're limited to 90? I'm not going to hit that, am I? No. I'm not going to hit that. It's like way off to the side, right? Yeah, it is. It is. I got radar. It's okay. Holy cow, there's a lot of asteroids around here. something else I should look at. I'm curious. See if that bothers anything.